Hello, 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 and welcome back to our fun programming. Hope everyone's doing well today. Let me just set up the music. Oh shit, my phone's unplugged in. There we go. Why do I hear boss music? It's the fucking first thing that plays, right? I swear. There we go. It's about accurate for getting into coding again, I swear to God. Okay. Oh. So, I have a bit more of a structured plan of what I want to get done today when it comes to the programming, because I've been doing a lot of prep work for it over the last few days. I might as well show the prep work for those that would be interested. So I made this, which in itself isn't all that special, right? It's a name, a duration, and a function getting passed through into something that returns it as a struct. Nothing too extraordinary with that. However, this is basically where I started figuring out what I wanted to do with how buffs will be handled for now. And we're going to do some stuff about it later, down the line, if I want to change these sort of things. But this is what we'll do. Then, in here, I wrote up this, which is a buff checking thing. Checking the durations. Now, if you're wondering with the whole minus 100, well, minus 100 duration is my way of saying infinite duration. There's lots of ways you can do infinite duration. I'm doing it minus 100 because there should be no situation where the things will get to minus 100. So it's a safe bet to say that that's unique to that. Then in here, I have a bit of stuff written up to basically check, is the game not paused and is it not active? If there is more, if there is something in the array, if so, start the time source. Else, if it is active and the game is paused, pause it. Then I have a hold array here that basically goes through, checks, is the duration less than 0 but not minus 100? If so, run its function that's in there, send it to this, push it into this array with the index, and then go backwards along the array, so from the back of the array to the front, removing everything as you go, so that way it's not going to mess with the indexing, and it'll clean everything up and then it'll delete that array just as a good memory handling. So what this should mean, with everything in consideration, because it's all time sourcing and stuff like that, this should make it so this will constantly, like, if there is a buff that the player has, it'll tick down the buff duration of all of the buffs that are equipped to the player, and then it will it will disable it. It'll do all the cleanup necessary. This means that I can write, so we have a couple of abilities, or sorry, items that we're going to use for this as wording, but like in here, this has a lot of mess for these two here, because these offer a buff to the player. So this one gives just a simple damage buff. What this is going to mean is that all I should need to do is for here, instead, I will give this plus damage, and then I will give a function, and I'll run that function being added. To the buff, and it will remove exactly the thing that it needs to. Now I'm going to have to give it a name, because then that way I can do a error checking system for it, so that it can check if there's that name already pre-existing. So what I'm going to do is actually redo this up to do a lot of that system, that functionality. Because instead of having it as a return, I'm going to get it to do it all itself, because this specifically is only going to one location. That's why we're doing it. So instead, this would be, instead of a return, no, it's so that's what we're going to be doing instead of a return. But we need to do a check first. So also, what is this fucking epic music that I've started the stream with? Like, we went from boss music to more boss music. So but to be fair, like, so this reworking here that I'm doing, this was always intended to get done, but this should mean a lot of systems about handling should be way better to use. Way better to use. Good old Persona coming in now. There's also a error check that I just realized I've forgotten to do so far. Yeah, pretty much. So this is where I'm gonna have to write up some extra stuff. So what we're gonna write here is there. Oh. So now we've got a replace thing there. So the idea behind the replace is what I'm going to do here with this. Oh, good lord. I've got a bit of a headache today, I have to say. Don't know why. It's a bit annoying. Okay. Okay, that should work. Now, I'm pretty sure the break, if I'm remembering correctly, I'm gonna double check it, but I'm pretty sure break works on for loops. At least it does in C++. It's to end prematurely for a for, yeah, cool, it's for loop. So, to better explain what I'm doing here, I'm gonna turn that down a little bit more. To better explain what I'm doing here, how do I better explain? So let me finish this off. While I'm finishing it off, I can formulate a way of explaining it. Okay. So, oh, what I'm doing is we're gonna run this this function. This function will then check if there is any other buffs in here. If there aren't any, it will just push the new buff into the struct. There's a new struct into the array with the new buff info. If there is, it will go through the list of all of them. It will find out if it's got the same name. This is why I am using name. And then with replace, if it is not replacing, so by default it will not replace, it'll just exit the code. But if it does replace, what it will do is it will run the function from the previous, delete the thing, break out of the for loop, which then means it will go down and then push the new one in. This way, it should be a safety prevention measure put in place. That means no matter what, if you're running function, like if you're running a buff and you want it to replace the buff, it'll do so correctly. There is a concern that there is one thing I'm not facilitating for, which shouldn't be too impossible to do. Which is stacking buffs. Now, stacking buffs, I'm not sure how I want to handle that. It depends on how I want to do the stacks, right? Because if I do it as there's a couple of ways I could do it. So if I do it the way where it's like each stack is independent, then all I would need to do is have another thing here saying stacks, and do basically if it stacks, then just ignore the name stuff, because it won't care. Like, it will ignore it up here. In fact, it probably just would have a if statement here, like potentially as part of this. Hey, by the way, is it even given a crap about checking if there's a name that already has it pre-existing? I might have to have a stacks count thing, but like at that point in time, I'm starting to get very dicey with how much I want to have this function handle. That like at that point in time, it might be better to have a completely different function for stacking buffs. Because I don't want to make it too like excessively malleable, this one function, if it's just going to start getting messy. Now I know that's probably not a great, amazing explanation, but the idea is that yeah, so we've got the name checking here. If it's replaceable, it will run the function, which is basically, think of the function in these cases as the negative of the buff. So if I gave plus 20% damage, I would give it, then I would create this, run this function, and then when the script detects the duration has ended, that function will remove that same amount of attack. Like, it will it's just the invert of the thing, so it will get rid of the value. Again, not sure it's the best way to do it, but we'll see. I'm still contemplating what I'm gonna do for stacking buffs, because there will be some buffs that are stacking later down the line. And I'm wondering how I want to handle that. If I want to do like an entirely different function, or if I want to do, and like how far do I want to go different with it. I think what I could do is I could just add, if we have it as stacking, it would just be do this, and then should actually be able to make all of this work inside of this pretty easily. Actually, no, I don't know this is where I want to do the stacking code, because I will want to do a for loop check for it. So how have I been? I mean, I'd like to say well, overall not too great, but I'm getting there. I'm definitely indeed getting there. I'm in the call my girlfriend maid outfit and my son. Hell yeah. That's a pretty good boot. is a pretty good mood. If I do this,
it took me 10 years to find the answers of me. I forgot about it in 2 seconds. I don't have anything that's really important to me. That's why everything is beautiful.
okay. I decided to move it there because, sorry, I moved the buff thing there because I've just been thinking about it. If I'm going to do stacking, I'm going to need to be able to transfer the stack count in. And I kind of just don't want to have a stack count unless I need to, because it's unnecessary data usage. Okay, so the rationale of what I'm doing here, I feel like I'll explain it in a second, much better than I think I can currently.
Can you hear it? The pulses of the living. The ironic rhythm is a grand orchestra. It's never the same tone. Who wants to stop this? There can be when the violent storm is over. Blue sky is more beautiful than ever. You see, I want that, that's all I want. I can drift tonight by the waves. I'll just be a black sea.
Okay, no, then I need to do this differently. Unless I just have this as a redundant factor, no matter what. I mean, that seems fine, right? If I just use a lot of exits to ensure that, because exit should... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Ends the current execution of the current script function, method, or event. Yeah, okay. So this is doing what I want it to do. Oh, head at the door. Just a sec. Okay, I didn't want to watch the game. It's fine. Okay. There we go. Except I just realized, G_AR player buffs. No, it's because it literally can't be. Okay, no. Already did that prevention system earlier. Because it wouldn't be there in the fucking list, dumbass. Sorry, if you're wondering what I was trying to think, like I was like, oh, but what if the stacks are 0? Then I need to add it. It's like, that's the point. That's why that's here. Moral, you silly? Yeah, pretty much. Okay. There we go. This should be a nice bit of relatively malleable code that shouldn't have much in the way of issues. Okay, Alrighty, there we go. That should be enough documentation there as well for safety nets if I become stupid and don't remember what the fucking code does. I can remove this because that's just a note to myself. Okay. I'm using the name as an ID, basically. Just as a reminder. So, I could have just used it as numbers, but like the difference between making it a bunch of numbers and making it, a string is not really that much difference, because it will just be turned into numbers anyway. It's easy enough for me, is the short answer. It's better for me. It's not like long term. The best thing to do would be to, yes, turn it into like an actual ID system and have like a set amount of numbers for everything so I can actually track it all easier. But like, goddamn, that sounds like a nightmare. It'd be much more consistent for memory storage, but it would not per se be better. An error has occurred while executing Pastel, the exe humor, unlawless publisher. Bro, I'd be down. I have said this before. I'll wear a fucking maid outfit. Do not test me. You'll need to give me the money for it though. I ain't just going and buying a maid outfit for the shits and giggles at this stage, because I don't have the money for that. Where access your bank account? No. Wait, this is not in the right location. Needs to be here, needs to be outside of it. Cat fell asleep on my on your lap. Can't move now. Same. Don't have a cat. Well, that I don't. Same too. I have a cat on my lap though that's fallen asleep. That was the one that I let in earlier. Who the fuck is this guy? I mean, are you truly gonna complain? Free cat. Don't steal the cat, please. Exactly, it's free real estate. Okay, this should be a safe structure to use, a safe script to use. And it's got so much commenting in it. Oh, it looks nice. What happens when you actually start getting better at programming again? To be fair, I never used to do commentation with it. I used to just raw dog my code. Oh, which is not a good idea. Doing this means I can come back to the specific code at a later date and know what it is. What do I do with this? All my windows are closing. Well, you know. So, alright. Now if I can actually explain this fully now. So, what I pass in, I technically only need to pass in 3 things. But, you know, there's the other ones for options. That's why they've got, like, if you look at the bottom here, you'll see that they've got the bracing around them. So, name is basically used for an ID. Duration to be ticked down of the buff. The function is for to be run at the end of the duration as a cleanup. The replace is a boolean or a true or false, basically, checking if it's true, then it will replace the original with the updated one. The stacking will check whether or not it can stack with itself or not. And stack count, if it is not 0, limits how many times it can stack. Otherwise, if it is 0, it will add it independent of the first one, so it means that the first one will time out naturally and separately. I think with this one I also should add now that I think about it. Googling if there are any mini cats where you are. Fair enough. I mean, as long as it's got a way out, it'll be fine. It'll figure out where it wants to go later. Okay, so what I did here, all right, yeah, so decaying individually, then it will go through, if there is a buff in the array, it needs to check those, so it will loop through all of the buffs, and then it will check for if it's got the same name. If it does, then that means that it pre-exists in there. If it stacks, then it will check, does it have a stack count of 0? The thing above set here. If it is, then it will just add the thing to the array, not caring any further. Otherwise, it will add the new, re-add the duration to the thing, so it will equal it, not add it. It will just equal it, and then it will check, is the stack count maxed out? If it is, it'll exit. Otherwise, it will add to the stack count. Then, if it is not stacking, it is replacing it, it will run the function of the current existing one, which is my cleanup function for them. So the minus of the buff. So basically removing the buff. And then it will delete that item, and then it will add the this item to it. And if it is not stacking or replacing, so therefore it is basically an independent buff that will go in once, and it cannot be added to or refreshed while it's running, it'll just exit the thing. If there are no buffs in the array, or yeah, If there's no buffers in the array or the item is not in the array, it will come down here. It will check if it's a stack count of 0. If it is a stack count of 0, it will just push the base one. If it does have a stack count, then it will add the stack count to the struct. I think that works pretty well. The only issue I can see is there's a potential argument to be made that I add another boolean to this, but I'm already starting to get a very long function going, and I want to avoid going too much further, but it would be one more boolean to check if it would refresh the duration or on reapplication, and that would just be here. It would be a check down there. Yes, I'm calling someone. Oh yeah, if it's got a thing like that, then yeah, just like go, hey, by the way, your cat's just currently over here. If you want to pick them up or anything, or if you're worried in any way. Ignore that tab that just clearly showed up. I mean, I've mentioned before I'm watching Render Girl at the moment. Almost done with it, and I have to give credit where credit's due. That season is the new season is actually kind of good. I just wish it had been this much earlier and not as cringy as the previous stuff. I guess it needed the cringe to make it good. Oh. I don't think it didn't need that cringe to make it good. Alright, so with this buff structure fully written up like this, there shouldn't be any issues here, to my understanding. So, let's start utilizing it. I'm going to do with this one first. So, I guess I can make this replace. Yeah. Wait, why have I... Why have I not just done that? So this should literally have done basically what these two things are wanting to do. So this isn't the greatest way of doing this, but this should work. I believe Booby starts with this, so it should be testable pretty quickly. Okay, so I have damage buff right now. Here we go. Ah. Okay. Yeah. No, I understand what happened here. And then effect won't be... Oh, hello. Come on. Yeah. Okay. So I might need to have a thing in the structure of that, yeah. So there is a way I will do this, and I think this is how I'm going to do it going forward as well. I'm wondering how I want to do it though. I kind of want to write a script for it, I'll be honest. Do I even need to write a script for this? There's already kind of stuff for it. Which runs all elements in the array, should either return true or false based on the condition. Okay. No, this is stupid. What I should be doing is just having what do cats eat, specifically cat biscuits. It's kind of the whole thing of if you don't have specific food for them, don't give them anything. Try to get some water? Yeah, that'd probably be fine. Get a bowl, some water. But for food, like genuinely, you can only do damage a lot of the time if you do not know its diet. Like, I cannot stress enough for that. Has to be cat water. I mean, water's fine, but no, like with food, to give an idea, if you give them the wrong biscuits, so like if they are used to one brand and you give them a different brand, you will actually make them throw up because it's just too much of a jarring experience. You have to taper them onto different foods. So do you want to make that cat ill? Exactly. So that's a rule of thumb to people, because also like giving a cat meat when they're not used to it's not great. Can also really affect their bowels poorly. So rule of thumb, people, don't give an animal just something randomly, because sometimes it could be worse for them than you might know. The amount of times that someone else has tried to feed my cat something and it's clearly not the biscuits I've given them, and they come home and just throw up on my carpet, it's not exactly the most pleasant. And I can tell it's different biscuits because I can see the color of the biscuits. There we go. Okay. And then I need to go to player controller. Do this. Yo, was that Hades music? It is. Nice. Okay. Let's try this again now. As a bad experience. I mean, that sort of stuff happens all the time with cats, man. I have no idea. I don't have collars on mine though, which is good and bad. They're too old to have collars added to them now, is the problem. Okay, do 6. Okay, there's the crash. Ah, it's because it's not an array. It's like the plot of an anime, except didn't turn into a waifu. True. And it's strangely an actual occurrence anime, isn't it? Ah, that would do it. I forgot to give it the indexing. That's fun. That's 5 damage. Buffs removed correctly. There we go. Buff system's working. So now it just means at this point, this is what I need to write, roughly. Though I could potentially just get away with writing the function inline. In fact, I'm gonna do that to test that, make sure it works. when a cat materialized on you. Yeah. It do be like that. Okay. Because it doesn't have a index that it won't do that. Cool. That's fine. Just means we do this then. I don't see that being a problem. It's better than lots and lots of time sourcing because it means that this is controllable. This is much more manageable. Now for the fun part. This is going to have a lot of replacing because a lot of this stuff I've actually put into the other system. Time source mess. Fuck, I didn't even realize I called it that. All right. I've hard coded the number here, haven't I? Yeah. I need to stop doing that. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some finesse here to use my struct system or my current function system for this. But it will still be the correct thing to do. Alright. How am I gonna track it? Well, I mean, this is the thing, so I can just put in a value in here, like, just do this for a moment while I think on it. No, that's not gonna work that way. Fuck. Okay, how am I gonna check this? Sorry, this one's a bit of a confusing one because I've hodgepodged this already, so I'm trying to make sure I do it correctly. But so to explain, this item has a unique effect for if it is played with Gura, because it's Gura's weapon, it will turn her into red Gura as the effect. I need to make sure that am I stupid? Yeah, I'm stupid. Don't mind me. Do not mind me. I've come up with a solution really fucking easily. Genius. This is the best part about running a function like this. Now, I'm questioning whether this will flicker. It might flicker. If it flickers, I'll have to do something different. But if it doesn't flicker, then we do this. Also, that is Batman Arkham City main theme, and I've heard that so fucking much. Holy shit, it's a good game. So ironically enough, that should actually be pretty much everything I need. So again, this is why I did all of this, is that I have now just removed all of that code, potentially, for just this. And it has more error prevention than what we had before. Because, so, something that happened before in a lot of cases, if I wasn't careful, and shouldn't happen anymore, oh, I'll stretch, is, I had to do a lot of, like, special checking to ensure that it would remove the correct amount. Otherwise it would create a weird looping situation where things could go a bit awry. That shouldn't be the case anymore, because when it happens, it will ensure it purges the previous if I've got it as this with replace. Otherwise, it just won't add it. So it should have a better error prevention system in mind. Now, I'm going to try this, and we're going to try it on Gura because we need to see if it works. We should still have the safety net, like if we're not playing on Gura and use it, it's fine. But it's on Gura we need to test. I'm actually just going to give myself some better weapons. Because I need kills, I don't need like anything else. I'm not taking damage anymore. So is ink sprayer even working? Doesn't seem to be. I haven't seen it flicker. So I'm assuming I've done it correctly. As far as I can tell. There's an argument to be made if I should be able to be permanent red gooder. Which is a valid argument, I think. Oh my god, it's actually really nice to be able to get rid of that much code. Because that's a lot of maintenance down, like a lot of complexity down in the code, which means that maintenance is much easier. So, yay. That was, honestly, you guys cannot imagine how awesome this is to have get done. Because it's just, this means I can clean up a lot of memory stuff that exists. That's problematic. Hey, sleepyhead. All right. Okay. So Grandpa's deck's gonna need to be tweaked. I think I can actually use buffs for Grandpa's deck as well to make things a bit easier. But I'll get to that later. I'm more worried about some other things. Hmm. But yeah, no, there's a lot of benefits it can do to the buff system. Oh. Hmm. Actually, I don't want to do that. That's gonna be really stupid. It's probably the right thing to do. Yeah, that's probably the correct thing to do. Because it's either I do that here or I do it in the thing itself, and at that point in time then it just immediately makes the argument it should be here. Okay, alright, if... Okay. Gotta rework this bit then. Okay. I gave the player the power to Sailor Moon pose midair. Fuck yes, that is the most important shit ever. Okay. This shouldn't affect anything so far because it's an optional and it's much lower. Slide animations, laying animation stood upright like a Sailor Moon pose, and I use it sideways on. Oh my god. That sounds a little all over the place, but I love it. Okay, honestly, yeah, that's about how programming goes. Counter mental pain with meme additions. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? So I'm gonna probably find a way to keep it in the final game. Not even a parkour game, just really love the movement. Fair enough. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is like if you enjoy it, then yeah, that's probably a good sign. It's a bit of fun. Okay, so this should be that. Suddenly reflected. Oh god, toon style. Oh. Okay, so now I need to change. So it's here. It's the default GI and SSAO. Put it to jump test for your physics. Okay, I'll have a look a little later. Because I've actually liked looking at the stuff you've done so far. It's really cool, Roger. Like, I cannot get over how fucking cool it looks. And how much I know I am not capable of doing anything similar at this stage. Stab bars, the wheels on the end were custom shader made. Which shows the ratio of how much center wheel versus the bar and the bar length. Ooh. See, I think like when I did a heuristic. Like I was playing around with Unreal at one point. I did a heuristic life bar, so when you took damage, the lighting on the player changed, and then I also added a cooldown bar down the bottom that was circular to indicate when you could use your shield, because it was literally supposed to be like a very quick game. So I just made a kind of wave defense-esque game where you just shot enemies, got a shield, and you could reload, and that was it. And you could adjust your fire rate, the damage you would deal, and your maximum clip size. That was a fun project to not enjoy, I should say. Honestly, I hated that project with a passion, but like it came out really well. Okay. So why I did all of that is it means I can do stacking things easier. Is how to implement weapons again, because the animations and style don't support showing them too much. I would be damned if I don't have a grenade launcher. Fair, fair. Like, this one could actually be turned into a replace thing quite easily, looking at this. Instead of having global, a deep increased global variable, I can just turn that into, thing. Sure, like it's only 2 lines, but it's a lot of memory space being used for nothing. It's a movement mechanic, yeah. Things you hate. Shadows have max range from the camera. They are drawn. Oh. Yeah. I mean, that's where you start having to get into like deciding map sizes and stuff like that to figure out what you can get away with render space. Like, if you're dealing with buildings, that's not an issue, like internal buildings, but if you're dealing with like a forest, then unless it's a very populated forest, that can become very notable. Okay. So I've got those done. Good lord, that took quite a long time, but that was because I was doing a lot more reworking than I thought I might need to. Could add a second light that runs the fast shadow systems for large range. I mean, isn't that what a lot do nowadays, right? Is you have the weak source one and then the main source to handle that sort of stuff. That's why like render distance is basically just when it gets to a specific point, it changes what the render type is to shitty PNGs and lowers quality drastically to save on load. So I think that's actually probably a good bet then, if that's the case. Someday I'll come back to this grandpa's deck and fix it. Not looking forward to it, but one day I will. Okay. So I'm pretty sure Kumcho's really buggy at this point, and I do need to fix it. Because it feels like the player's immortal with it. At some moments. I'm not sure. Because it was... In this, I was seeing no damage state changes. For a long time, which means that it was not instancing damage being taken. So that's a worry. I'm glad that I managed to get that stuff done, because that means displaying buffs and stuff like that should be a lot easier as well further down the line, because I should just need to pull from that array, and then I just need to put in new details and information on that. Sorry, again, kind of just going through and thinking about things in the future and changes that need to be done. Like, I know one thing I need to work on now, I'm going to start working on it, is switching this over to a finite state system. Like I have done with the Doulahan.
It's now or it's never, and I've got to make my decision. This time it could be my moment. If there's a mirage or a
So we're gonna yoink all of that.
generation, a river in a dry land, the land is in a lost land, a heartbeat for a demon, always is in a strange land. I'm giving the balance, but I'm standing on razor's edge now. Real quick, all my life is over. One strike just offend them, I'm out of his field of vision. Don't ask why I'm ready, but I'm ready to strike him down now. I just saw the new stars, there's no time for indecision. A river in a dry land, the land is in a lost head. When I hop off new
Okay. There's only 2 attacks, I believe, that the dragon even has at this point. Yeah, like I need the game's music to have a BPM specifically synced with the animation FPS. I wouldn't know what the best answer for that is. Because, again, my music theory knowledge is pretty lacking, and I really want to work on that at some point. Like, I really want to work on it, because I need to do music for this game. The streams aren't so painful because I have background music on, but imagine if I've played this game several times without any sound. Adding sound was quite nice. There's some sounds I want to replace already, mind you, because they're just a little too high pitch and when repeated become problematic. Especially when there was a bug I had last night where I accidentally fucked the cooldown up quite a bit, and it basically gave myself infinite cooldown in game. So I had this Hanabi, which is basically it throws out a bomb and explodes. That, like, easily several of those going off at once, and then all the other sounds as well from other weapons, and it genuinely became deafening. It was really painful. Okay, attacking. So there's the slam and the fireball. Yeah. So attacking. There. Because, like, I found music that I'd love to do. I can't play it here, but, like, I found music that I'd love to use, but it's licensed, and I can't afford the licensing. So I always intended to try and do the music myself if I could, but I'm trying to learn a bunch of music theory to understand how to create the music that I want to do. And I'm starting to lose my fucking mind with it, because it's just not something I'm very experienced with for a very long time. And it is definitely taking its bloody toll. Okay, and then in the step event is where I do a lot of the switch state stuff, right? Yeah. Oh, get in my brain. My fucking hell, I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, sorry. All right. I think it's at the point where I have to drag them individually off. Okay. Why did it do it like that? Okay. It's a little annoying, but sure. Wait, where's the walk speed put? Oh, it's because it's not got boss in it, that's right. Okay, and then God, what is this fucking epic music? Okay. And then do not need any of that. But we'll leave it there for the moment, because there's no reason to remove it. It'd be dangerous to remove it. Okay, so we need the targeting moved over to there. Where is the... Oh, jeez. Where is the targeting? Here. Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry, I was distracted by something. Okay, there we go. Oh, good lord. Okay. So... I just want to know, right, that like outside of some visual stuff, if I fix this and then fix like the invulnerability bug stuff that currently exists and clean up Grandpa's deck, I don't think there's actually all that much else to do other than other than actual just straight up improvements and adding the features that I keep saying I will. So while it is technically, for me at least, the next month, there's a good shout that like over this weekend I could toss together maybe I'd say next week, right? Like by the end of next week I should be able to finish up a bunch of things and we could actually have another release of the game. Another early alpha release. Everyone's excited for that. As excited as I am. At least this time it's just been a lot of cleanup like I promised and stuff. But yeah, no, I think next Friday we might try and go for another alpha release.
Pay the front line, take the don'ts. He's coming out again for a new point. Get your bets down, ladies and gentlemen. 4-4's the point, mark 4. Ace, deuce, scrap, wants 4. Ace, deuce, scrap, wants 4. Ace, deuce, scrap,
A pain in the ass. You can't lay a hand on them because that's assault. Yeah, I do agree with that somewhat. You want some company while I do some UI stuff? I thought you had work. Did you decide to skip Max? In the end? What do you mean next week? Too tired for proper work? Fair, fair. It's like, yeah, no, I'll be down. Feel free to come and hang out whenever you want. Especially with, because at this point in time, I think I'm pretty solid in saying, like, outside of the cleanup for the bosses and fixing the invulnerability, there shouldn't be anything outlying at this point that is game breaking. And there's a couple of things I do want to clean up though, because like I've seen that the one of the weapons wasn't working properly earlier, and I have a theory as to why, but I'll double check that first. There's a few like quick tweaks I want to do, but no, fucking Max, the buff system's fully working and it looks really, really nice now. Like have a look at this fucking script, man. Looks nice. Have full commenting on it as well. Like you got all the fucking stuff you'd need to figure out what the fuck this does. Looks good. Looks really good in my eyes, at least. I'm a little annoyed how many arguments that I have for this. Though. I mean, having, was it 3 base and then 5 optional arguments is kind of in my eyes. But it does give every check that I believe I should need for buffs for the rest of, for all the time. So, should be good, should be good. But yeah, no, tested it out earlier and like now, so this is, only a computer whiz can read that. I would say it's not that bad, but like, so this was the code that I used to have for Gura's Reflect. The, like, was it you get, movement speed and cooldown reduction, all of this code here. That all got turned into just this. by doing that piece of code. Now you might argue it's like, oh, but you basically wrote longer code somewhere else. It's like, yeah, but it means it's got more error prevention, and I also use that same code over here as well. And I can use it in so many other places so easily. It's very dry code. Malleable as fuck. But like, genuinely with the buff thing, right? It's just basically checking name is used as an ID, duration, how long the buff lasts for, the function for cleanup, because you put the buff in, then you activate this and it will remove exactly what you need it to. If there's arguments to that function, so like how much you want changed. So good. How close to fixing everything? I mean, that's a hard thing to pin down. If we're talking about all the key stuff that I believe needs to be fixed, we're pretty much there. Like, there's a reason why I say, next Friday I could probably release another alpha patch, which has a lot of the cleanup that I've promised. And the game will be in a much more playable state, with little to no game-breaking issues. Fix everything? Forever. Because it's impossible, right? Like, you can't fix every single issue in a piece of code when it gets this big, especially with the fact that this code's going to get bigger. That's why I'm trying to do as much as I can to make dry coding as I'm going now, because I've realized how much like how much I've gone too wide in certain areas and how much I've had to hard code to try and just meet the deadlines. And that's why I'm just getting away from that now. Alright, so there is actually another change I just remembered that I want to go quickly make to that infernal contract one. Okay. That actually should work. So what I just did there, some games can never truly fix how many updates it get. Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is technically speaking, every game has bugs and issues in it, but some of them you'll never see as the player. There is always more work to be done. There's always more refinement that can be made. There's always this and that and yada yada yada. To finish a project 100%, near impossible. Oh, yep, no, sorry, it's because Discord's muted for me, Max, that I didn't see anything. Sorry. I will, yeah. Yo. Oh god, you're quiet as fuck. Yeah, it's fine. It's a little bit better, but you're still like, it doesn't help that I've had to like turn some I've got the music going, so I'm gonna just try and turn that down a little bit. I can't, it's literally a fucking nothing. It's at 1% pain. I mean, it's not normally essential. I'm assuming people on stream can hear you as well, because I'm pretty sure Discord should be captured with the auto capture. No, apparently they can't hear you. Okay. Discord's being weird about it. Give me a second. If I disable that, does that work? Or do I need to actually add a thing for Discord specifically? Oh, it's really annoying. All right. No, that's... It has in the past, and I feel like I'm double checking why. Should be the same audio output, but it might not be for some reason.
Is it potential that your Discord audio it doesn't go to your default output?
Well, it does go to the default output. I think I just fixed it though, because I think let's see. Speak.
Speaking.
Yeah, that looks like it. Looks like it went through.
Okay, I can test that by going like the. Is it working? Am I able to be heard?
Yes.
Or...
Now, yeah, now we can hear it. Okay, so I figured out what the issue was. It was a setting on Discord. Because I left that as the default, but the thing is, I guess the default at the moment isn't the same source point as what my audio capture is, which is weird. Should be.
It is odd. It is.
Right. Okay, so I was in the middle of doing the fucking boss, and I got distracted. What is this? What a surprise! No, I got distracted by the infernal thing that I needed to do as well.
Oh yeah.
Because it was a change that's been needing to be done. All right. So state equals b underscore state dragon dot. It's attacking. This is the fireball, right? Yeah.
So now I'm playing with stuff too.
Okay, and then this needs to be B attack state dragon charge attack. Is there a charge attack for the fireball? I can't remember. I'll fucking figure that out later.
Yep. I bet you will.
Okay, and then it's
So on my end, I've put the floating text into the UI.
sweet.
Text and stuff. And I've gotten it so that it doesn't draw it in the GUI, it draws on the actual game layer. And it stays in place, but it doesn't disappear yet.
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
I am figuring it out right now.
Okay, and then... No, wait, this isn't the targeting, this is the actual thing. Who's the targeting for it? It's the fireball targeting. Oh, it doesn't have targeting, that's right. It literally just checks if it can. Well, that's easy. Dude, it's like Sonic music right now. It's fucking good.
Fantastic. I'm just completely silent in all honesty.
Nah, that's fair.
I just have you. That is it.
Oh, I feel so privileged. Okay, so text state equals text state dragon. This definitely has a charge to it. He sounds British. Apparently you sound British, Max. How do you feel?
I always get told I don't sound like a Kiwi.
I know, right? It's the same with me. I get told that I don't sound Kiwi, but it's like, what am I supposed to... Am I supposed to be more like, sure, bro, fucking, we'll go down to the fucking, combini, the dairy and get, like, some fucking pies and, some chops.
I actually can't get chops from most dairies. The
You
one in
can't?
Pi has sure, but...
Really? That's disappointing. I don't, like, most places here nowadays have, like, that was the chicken chips stuff.
That's right. They have chicken chips.
Which,
Insane
like...
that I am, like...
I'm going to be honest, I'm cool with it because it's the slow transition into, like, more of the dairies and shit like that having that Combini-esque status in my eyes, and I'm like, hell yes. I would love to be able to just go down to my local store and just fucking grab shit, and then I'm done. The problem is the markups are still really high.
Oh, they are.
Like, the difference of getting, like, a pack of like fucking 5 noodles is almost like a full $1 or so difference in getting at a supermarket. Whereas like Japan, it's nowhere near that fucking noticeable. In fact, supermarkets are normally the ones that are actually quite dear over there from my experience.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, convenience stores give you the convenience foods, whereas your supermarkets give you food foods.
Well, yeah, they give you all of the components and stuff like that that you need and shit, so it's not too surprising that it's more expensive. Speaking of, I watched that video that Chris put up, that one I sent you, and I'm like, fuck, this would have been so good for us. Like, that was literally perfect, like, hey, 14 days specifically. It's like, yeah, that would have been fucking amazing.
Yep.
I stand by, we do need to do another trip. We really do. I think we should do it for like 2-3 weeks if we do it. Like, maybe not a full month, but definitely like a good bit of time.
Yeah. Yep.
Try and do it like in... I mean, I stand by, I want to do it before I'm 30. Well, yeah. Get older.
So far away.
Yeah. I mean, the joke that I fucking made last night, right?
Yes, it was a...
That was mean to all of us. It's like, oh, it's not that far away, so it's fine. It's like, ouch. But no, just genuinely, hey, is that Josh? No, it's Max Pesta.
Josh cubed.
Josh cubed. Are you a cube?
No, but...
You gotta get cubed before you get squared, brother.
Yep.
Oh, good. What kind of UI? Max is working on literally this game's UI right now.
Yeah.
Like, a good chunk of the UI work that has been done for this has been done by him. Be there or be white square. Exactly.
I think... I can't be asked finding links. That's not my problem.
Fair.
If you want to find me, it's literally my handle. So if you up the top, wherever it is that I was talking,
yeah,
you should be able to find it there. And you'll see that I'm sitting on floating text in a draw event. Going, is there a way to not use a time source because the time source doesn't actually seem to be working?
I mean, are you instantiating it correctly?
Yep, it's going into there, and then it comes into here, and if it's not in state active, which is what is use start, it's going to start itself. That might be what's wrong.
Because yeah, like you do need to force it start because it doesn't just natural start. Yeah. That's why I've started to try and like do so little. Like, I don't want to stack too many time sources up anymore, like I did with the again, like, what was it, go here again, reflection, because like this has one time source being like fucked around with 3 times.
Yeah. No,
and that's just yeah. It means that like I also have to call the time start multiple times depending on the conditions. Because of the way it is, and just that's not good. So I'm avoiding that now. That's why also like cooldowns for the abilities technically are time sources, but they're handled external to themselves.
Yeah.
Let me do the time source dance. Hell yes.
Let's
do the time source again. Bruh, I fucking love that Rocky Horror though. I still need to go watch a live show of it. That's one of those like things I want to tick off, right?
It's for me. I'm one of the people who have never seen it, right? only heard the music, and it is huge in New Zealand. I don't know about the rest of the world.
Yeah, it's a huge thing in New Zealand. We did so many plays back when, and the movie's fun. Definitely plays are a better experience overall, like on a live stage. Especially knowing one of the best parts is almost all of them like entice the viewers to come and drag.
Yes, it does. A lot of them.
And
Yeah,
I love the idea of going in and drag and just like straight up having fucking fun.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a specific moment in it where like one of the main characters like pauses in the middle of a song.
Oh yes.
Where he does anticipation. And apparently in an experience someone I know had with that is the person was very well known for holding it for really fucking long times.
Oh no.
So he held it for like almost a minute at this point, and someone in the crowd shouts, "Get on with it!" And he responds, "Oh, honey, you don't want to go too fast, do you?"
Oh, yeah.
It's just like fucking perfect. It's just oh, cat wants out.
Oh, come on. Nope, it does not want the time source.
It was because I think for it, since I was using individual objects for it, I just timed them out, I think. Didn't I? Like I
Yeah.
faded their alpha, and when they're alpha low, they just die, I believe.
Oh, below. Nope.
Oh, what did I do to
You
them?
legitimately have a time source that's called Destroy Self.
Oh, do I? Is that what I did?
It goes after 60 frames, it kills itself.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually very tempted to change it and have it so that it, after it has have an alert that when it hits 1, it just, that's it, it's gone, it's on to the next thing.
Yeah.
It changes itself to a -1 or changes something to equal nothing, and then it should filter it out of the array. And then I
It
can
should,
filter it
yeah,
out the
that should
array
be quite feasible.
and
Just
reget the entire array.
turn it null, and it should be good.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
I have plans. Mad as I am, I have plans.
Plans within plans.
I do actually have it so it was working. That was the funky thing. I did have it working, but it wouldn't get it so that it would disappear. It would just keep existing. So I thought,
Yeah.
that's frustrating.
Because again, it's the difficulty that you're drawing each of them to screen, right? And you're not
Yeah.
like, they're not objects, they're an array.
Yeah.
So that is the difficulty of just like, I guess I don't know, like I can't think of any good answers there off the top of my head, unless you make it would that be worth it? Unless you make an array array structs, and then have like a duration in them, and kind of do what I've done with the removal process, as well. So like look at buff and time source systems and kind of like look around how I've done those, and that's the only way I can consider it off the top of my head. If you want to have like a specific duration.
Yep. That's I'm looking at it. I'm seeing it. Does this go? Here's my time source create stuff. Ugh. Hate it when functions don't actually show up properly. There we go. Reps, because there's no actual thing on the number of
New
reps.
Doctor Who sucks. Is the new actor out for it? Because I know Tennant was doing like the in-between stuff for a bit. And I was excited to go watch that, but I don't know if the new Doctor has come out yet.
Ooh, I got a crash. Huzzah!
Because I know the last Doctor, the female Doctor that we had, like, I'll be honest, from what I could tell, it was writing, not acting. That's the problem there. She did an amazing job of what she was given. To be fair, like, almost every actor that is the Doctor has always been, like, pretty top quality, so.
They've done their job pretty good.
Yeah.
It's,
They're pretty high selection criteria for it all, after all.
very high. Excellent. Yeah, I'm gonna stop streaming this at about 10 and sort out the dog, and then come back and do some art, and then it's gonna be madness. So the end, it's pinging the fact that it's ending. Okay. So, but because it has no repetition, it's infinitely repeating, right?
Yeah.
So one time source will keep on going even if the thing itself is gone. It's still not gone, I'll say that much. But...
They overrode the woman's story. Yeah. Like, I heard a lot of, like, negativity around the writing of Doctor Who recently, which, I mean, to be fair, even David Tennant's time had bad writing. Like, I remember there was a couple of things that when I went and rewatched it not that long ago, had some problems.
That's pretty standard though, eh?
I mean, yeah, it's BBC. Like, they're definitely getting a bit more mixed baggy nowadays. Like,
very mixed baggy.
they used to be what we went for quality shows and stuff, I feel. Back when we were younger, especially, like, if you saw something come out from the BBC, it normally was pretty good quality. I mean, like, you look at the 21st Century Sherlock series, like, that was fucking great.
Which one's that?
The modern day Sherlock one that's done with Benedict Cumberbatch.
I actually looking at it, back at it, it was very good at not actually giving people all the information they needed to.
Well, yeah, it gave everything. Okay, you were given like a baseline bit of information. And then it was like, cool, if you want to solve it, go ahead. But genuinely, you'd be a genius for solving it. Well done. You're going to feel rewarded. But then it trickles in the information in a really good way that means that you can figure it out, but you don't... Like, you can, but by the end you'll understand no matter what.
Yep. I think, from what I remember watching, and some of the things, some of them you already knew the answer to because they were stories that had already been done.
Yes.
You knew all the information because it was a classical Sherlock story. Some of them some of the episodes, especially some of the later ones, got very, how do I put it? very, very, very iffy on whether or not they're actually a good story.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
And whether or not they were a good detective story. Not to badmouth the director and writers, but yeah, they hid more information than they showed.
Yes.
Which is not a good Sherlock story.
No,
It's not a good
I can agree with that.
story.
I mean, like, it's hard to deny that, like, the first 2 seasons were fucking amazing in a lot of
Oh,
regards.
they were.
But yeah, no, I will agree the later ones definitely were kind of almost succeeding just because the previous seasons had been good. Also, apparently
Yep.
Davros can walk now? Okay.
Hey?
Yeah, and
You're
Doctor
talking
Who,
about
apparently
walk
Davros can walk now.
Oh, Davros.
Yeah.
Which one's that?
The creator of the Daleks.
Eh? He should never walk.
Yeah, because he was fucked up from the war.
Unless they've somehow magically.
Well, he also,
Well,
like, keeps in that chair
technology
because he's
stuff.
literally the most paranoid fucking person in the universe.
Which is why he made the Daleks.
Yeah. He literally designed the Daleks with full, like, control over them. That's why he removed as much emotion as he could. And he just made, like, the literal fucking... They're literal tanks. Like, they're just fucking... They're weird. I don't know. Doctor
They're
Who's
toilet
gone
paper.
woke. I mean, yeah, that's again kind of what I was hearing with the writing. Is it got like it got very unpurposeful with its writing. May I offer you an egg?
Eh?
I don't know.
Why?
I mean, I've got some eggs in the fridge. Could make something.
Oh, I need to do Michael style tabbing and syntax because it's not my code.
Yeah, I will not deny my my syntax. It does get a bit like all over the place at moments, and I do apologize for that.
No, all of the like, okay, so the UI syntax, obviously it's been ported from another project, so I had to go through it I decided to go through it on the second day and put all of your syntax in because it's your code.
Yeah.
So it's in there, and then I ported it to another project and had to re-put it into my code. So it's like, oh well, who cares? It's as long as it's readable to the people who are reading it, it's
I
fine.
mean, yeah, like that's the thing. That's why I'm pretty sure if I know there's not the likelihood that you want to, but like if you wanted to go and make a buff in this game, I'm pretty sure you could do it quite easily with the full comprehension of how they work now.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I mean, look at this documentation. I honestly am proud of how much commentating that I did for this and how clear I tried to make everything.
Oh yeah, I think I put in here activation delay, or active delay on clicks and stuff.
Yeah.
I've got the inline minus. It works. It all works because it's just.
It could be fun. Where's the
There's some,
toast? I don't actually have any toast at the moment. I really should. That's going to be something that I have to consider with like K, for example, when I move, right? Is like what we're doing for bread. Because I don't eat enough to get a loaf.
Coming from. I don't eat. Sometimes I eat heaps of bread, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure you do too. Other times you don't. And if you end up in the same space, there'll be a fridge freezer. There'll probably be bread in the freezer.
Yeah, right. Like that's probably what will end up happening. It's just because it's really funny because what you're saying is pretty much true, right? Like I will go through a portion of time where I will have like maybe 6 to 8 sandwiches in like the space of 3 days. So I want bread on hand, but then like I will not eat it for like 2 weeks. So it's just, that's the same with like eggs, for example. It's like sometimes with eggs, I will go through like 20 easily in a week. And I need to buy like multiple big packs, and then just like every once in a while I'll go like, I haven't had an egg in a month sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I've gotten good at using the fridge with them. They hold a long time if you put them in the fridge.
Bread.
Nah, eggs. Do not put bread in the fridge, dear God. You're asking for mold at that point.
It depends on what type of fridge, because it's all to do with the moisture content of your fridge.
True, I will give you that, but like under most situations, you're putting it in a cold and normally dampish environment. It's like, I almost want to say that that's like the perfect place for mold.
Perfect place for some penicillin.
Exactly.
Want some homemade penicillin, guys? There you go.
God. I still love the story of penicillin being like it's such a like phantasmal story that you do not believe that it really happened.
No.
Man literally accidentally creates possibly one of the best super drugs we have ever conceived in all of humanity by fucking accidentally over a week he'd left some molds there and had accidentally been mixed with a chemical. Like it had dripped in without his knowledge. He came back and it was penicillin mold.
It was.
And like it was just straight up like complete accident. Like all of the fucking stars aligned and this man created blue mold that ended up being amazing.
Yep. Yeah, 100%.
And now I know we don't use that same stuff because it's just too hard to grow. We use a different chemical makeup to get a similar response. But the fact is, we would have never come up with penicillin and as alternatives without that bullshit.
Yes.
It was like the most monkeys and typewriters sort of fucking thing you'll ever hear. And the fact that it succeeded says more than it needs to.
It does. Right. Now that I've gotten it working and I know how to sort it, I'm now going to create a time source. Because I'm horrible at all this stuff. Hey, where did you run off to? Time source underscore create. So I've gotten it working.
Yeah.
It disappears, which is like, yes.
Nice.
And we're gonna go for. I'm gonna do 60 frames times 4. Frames. It's gonna have a function that does nothing because function does nothing. Who needs a function that does stuff? Have 0 args, and it's going to repeat itself 0 times. Whoops. That way.
You have to clean the whole water drain, your fridge, flood and smell, yeah. No, overall, like, you gotta have good fridge. Fridges are very important. Not gonna lie, there's a little part of my head where, like, moving, I'm trying to figure out, like, how that's all gonna work, because I'm considering, depending on, like, the positioning in the house of where, like, my office / room will be, if I want to get a mini fridge. And just go like, yo, I'm gonna put my fucking snacks in here.
Yep.
Snacks and drinks. Just keep them out of the way. And it means that I can have like stuff on hand more easily.
Yep. Alright, now to see if this works. It's gonna da 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 crash. you can't have something repeat 0 times apparently.
Yeah, that's why I have like so many of those things where it's like check the array length is not 0. I've gotten good at remembering to do those sorts of error checks, which I'm happy that I've gotten good at remembering to do them.
And I'll get time.
God, I'm looking at how I did this like leap into the air and slam down stuff, and it's as hurting my soul.
Yep. Slip apparently is how you feel so.
And a microwave. I don't want to have a microwave in where I'd be staying in my room. I'm cool with having a microwave in the fucking kitchen and have to go get that.
It sounds excessive.
Yeah, that seems like at that point in time, I'll have a full fridge, a fucking easy bake oven, like have a small pantry in my room, and make sure I get like an ensuite as well, so I can just like never leave my room unless I'm going somewhere else. Nah, that sounds terrible. I hate the idea of that. While I want to stick to my room as much as possible, I would prefer to still be somewhat sociable with the people in my house.
Yeah.
Okay, charging. If we're doing the charging for the slam, grab this.
What is it debugging? Why is it showing up with 1s and 0s?
Oh, and the debug.
Yes.
That is damage takeable or not. Because I'm still testing the invulnerability bug.
Yep, that makes sense.
But you know, it's just testing like, hey, is the player... Like, it tells you when it's switched. That's all it should be doing.
Yep. Alright. If time stores underscore state underscore get underscore state. Active.
Okay. If humans are so sociable, why will you kill each other? That's actually an interesting question. I would love to go philosophically into that a little bit. But like genuinely, it's because while we are social creatures by nature, we also want to be right.
Yes. That is very, 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 very true.
And due to that, there is the desire for justification and the desire to be justified in what you think. So therefore, like if I think lemons taste bad and Max thinks lemon tastes good, I want to be justified in that I am correct objectively. So therefore, in a much more barbaric instance, I might just kill Max, and therefore the only person around is now me, and I believe that this is the case, so therefore it is the objective opinion. Now, mind you, that is the most boiled down version of something I could fucking say, and I actually do like lemons, fuck you. But it's kind of like, that's the loosest example I can give to where the origin of that comes in. The problem we have now is that there are so many other things at play that it also impacts. Like, you can't really consider economic in those sorts of arguments, because the desire to kill for money seems completely weird, except money is security and safety. So a person is willing to take drastic action for their security and safety at the cost of another person. That's a contradiction? No. It's I would consider it's not a contradiction. It's just like prioritization. A human would prefer to be, most humans would prefer to be safe and secure than to be sociable. Because being safe and secure is a greater desire or want. Sociability can come second to that, which we see in a lot of like more intense situations. And that's nothing to like scoff at all. Like again, keep in mind that there is a very big value to all of that.
Yeah, I sorted it.
Nice.
Complete with time sources.
Woohoo. Honestly, time sources are worth the effort to learn. Like, I love that. I think I told you about this, Max. Like, I was talking with my lecturer about time sourcing and shit, and he mentioned how there are people at the university, lecturers, that genuinely don't even believe in using alarms, let alone time sourcing in Game Maker. They think it's like not acceptable, and I found that amazing to me. Like,
I remember you telling me that. That's the funky thing, is you told me that. I'm going,
yeah,
they're Muppets.
Like, I get not wanting, like, if you think you don't want to use it, that's fair, I get that, but like, also, it is literally designed to hold your hand. That is the purpose. Don't get me wrong, I could do all of this with delta timing and do like a bunch of stuff inside of a step event, right? And sure, it would be no different in a sense. But like, that also takes a lot more object control, and takes a lot more time to ensure that I get that correct. Whereas with time sourcing, I can do some global variables and fuck around with it really, really easily.
Yep.
I mean, I would consider the stuff that I've done much easier and much more reliable and safe than doing it all on step events and shit.
Right. Are you okay with me deleting the damage number object?
I mean, sure, if you want to. As long as you've got everything replaced, it's healing and damage dealt are the two that need to be done for that.
So,
actually, I might quickly push this while I remember.
I have gone into the code. The code is no longer using instance layer create layer instance, or whatever frig the.
There was one that was using depth, and there was one that was using thing.
Yeah. So neither of the. So all it is doing is, if it is taking damage, I can come into MISC. Oh, it's still trying to create those.
Because I think it's in. Is it player controller? I think is where the healing is.
Yes, that is. I'm just about to explain both of those things.
Yeah. I'm just double checking.
Yeah. I have it so that it goes with the UI. Floating text create, which is a variable struct, or not variable struct, a variable function. So it calls that variable function. It puts in the damage, the target X, the diff that you have randomly taking with its -20 to 20.
Yeah.
Range, and it pushes the colors that it's supposed to have.
Cool. So it's in sense, it's instead of like the thing I have, it's just doing that via a different kind of function is the short of it.
Pretty much.
Cool. That sounds awesome.
It's like streamlined as fuck is how I'd put it.
I mean, again, that's what I'm doing at the moment. Like, I'm just going through, I'm streamlining. Like, that's what the buffs were, right? Like, they were a huge, big effort of streamlining and making more dry code around a system that honestly should have had it in the beginning. But I was too desperate to get it done to even think about it.
Yeah, that's alright. These things happen. I don't need to do that.
That's why, like, again, this update that I'm thinking of doing is going to be such a cool thing, because it's going to be like this update is how I wish I could have actually released that initial release. It's the basically the short of it at the end of it.
Yep. So if your damage numbers were not to pass a color, what would your default color be? Would it be orange,
I
or green, or
believe
white?
at the moment it's the orange and red, is it not?
It is the orange and red.
Yeah.
It was.
Leave it as orange and red for now. Can consider it different later.
Easy as. It is now auto-initialized to be those colors.
Because I think the reason I did that was the rationale of that being the most common that I was going to be using. Because if you think about it, like, healing's not going to happen anywhere near as often as damages.
No.
If the enemy self-destruct, will it one-shot you? I mean, no. I don't have any. I wonder. I need to do some like of those sorts of run at you and blow up enemies, because they are really good for like pushing the player around. I mean, that's what the Dullahan's fire ability is supposed to be. Is it supposed to have those sorts of units?
Yes.
That's what those fire orbs are supposed to be. They're supposed to come out a little bit more separate than they already do, and get near the player. When they get near, they'll trigger a self-destruct thing that you can get away from quickly.
Yeah. And there's. I just posted in our direct messages, or DMs as people are calling them.
The DMs.
Link to my stream if you want to put that up.
Oh yeah, I can quickly pin that in thing. I need to go here, here.
Oh, ha, ha, ha.
There we go. Get some free advertisement in there.
Yes. Because I have officially deleted damage numbers.
Nice.
And now I get to run around going, look at my masterpiece. So, I need to double. The last thing is spray. Oh, I'm going to crash. Whoops.
Oh. It's always fun.
It's just why, don't worry. Don't worry about it.
To be fair, there's going to be some stuff, because I know I pushed recently, there's some stuff that's not going to work correctly.
Yeah.
So feel free to disable like code around like I think it's the Golden Dragon's ability controller.
Yeah. I'm just seeing if they will disappear at the same time. They shouldn't.
Okay, and then
No, to do with the Fuck. Why are you acting happy? Shit. Upgrade menu. I was in the heat pushing this. Upgrade. Is it changing the menu? Yes, it should be. Why is it not switching in?
okay, and then time source trigger slam and the create event. What is that doing?
Yeah, that's broken.
So I will turn this into a change of state. Attack state was attack.
bam. That should be different. It's different. It's different. And why is it all disappearing at the same time? Restart, which is also an error. Okay.
Yeah, the pains of programming and just. It's like, has this fixed?
That's it.
Oh, I fixed one thing. Cool. 7 more things line up.
But part of it is this, the fact that the exit should says yeah. It's still going through the buttons because of how I have mouse and box, or the click functions working. The left click, they're all within the
Yeah.
loop, so it keeps on going through things if you're selecting the anything other than the last one. So it's like, right, what happens if I go this out? Oh, it's the debug. Man, I hate the debug. Yes, I know. We should stop this somewhere.
Okay, and then. Hey, I like my music. The background's fun. One day I'll get into my singing properly, alright? And you'll fucking dread that day.
Oh, don't worry.
I honestly, I'm getting more and more like antsy about wanting to do like proper singing stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's any like music, like quick music academies or anything like that that's available in where we'll be moving, or down in Welly or something like that, that I can do.
I know that there's what are they called? The guys who help you do speeches and stuff.
Hmm.
They have a name.
Okay.
Yeah, they're a group of people and they have a name.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's because it's just the thing of, I like the idea of being able to finally just actually sing and learn to sing properly and work at that. Because, like, I think at this point in time, I do need to work on my music theory, but, like, it's just, there's so much to learn when it comes to music theory that's going to be a long, arduous task.
Yeah.
And I'll do it, don't get me wrong, but, like, I'm not gonna like it.
Some people don't even learn music theory. That's the funky thing.
Yeah. Because that's the thing, right? Like, some people have just got at a tune, they can do that stuff. Don't get me wrong, I could, but, like, I want to make decent quality.
Yeah. I
Like,
understand.
the game's already amateur enough in design for a lot of things, like the art especially. I do want to give it a bit of effort. That's why I'm so happy that if Sin does want to keep doing the art for it, because holy shit, man, that'd be fucking awesome. Someone that's actually way better at art than me coming in. As well as it means that it's stuff I'm not doing, which, like, God, I need to take more stuff off my plate at this point.
Yeah. Does not equal.
But I'm not very good because no one wanted to teach you. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? When I was much younger and working at the cap breeder that I worked for, she had a 2-tiered electric piano thing. basically it's kind of like an organ in a sense, like an electric organ, and I use that a lot. I did not know how to read music, but I could make good melodies. I've played on proper pianos, all sorts. I can play and make melodies that people enjoy, but I don't understand music theory or how to like pace things out correctly fully. I just know by feel. Then I did some training in intermediate for piano, and I fucking loved it. That's the reason why I've got a keyboard actually in my office, like a proper electric keyboard, but I've just never had a good time to set it up and use it regularly. And that's one of my big hopes as well when moving, is like I'll start getting into reading music, because that's the thing I think I need to understand most, because a lot of music theory videos talk about like, oh, you see this note and this note go like from these transitioning, and I'm like, I have no idea what the fucking note reading is. Like, this does not help me at all, thanks.
Yep. Right, I fixed that for now.
Nice.
Now I've got Roger Random in my chat going, talking to me.
Listening to music and try and play it. Yeah, there's a few songs I've done that with. There was one song I did make a good effort for around that, which was, you can guess what was spoken. I'm guessing it was something about the Vaporeon thing, right, Roger? In terms of human male and female Pokemon thing. Yeah. Bet.
It's not the human male.
Yeah, see, I fucking knew it. But no, like, there was one song, it was a fucking anime opening that I tried to learn how to play. It was No Game No Life one. And I got pretty far with figuring it out. But I'm pretty sure if I tried to do it now, I'd fucking miserably suffer. I can't read shit music. Yeah. No, I can't read cheap music at all. I want to learn how to do that. That's one of the skills that I'd love to fix and get done. Okay, I'm going to just copy and paste this stuff over for now, because I'm going to fix it inside of this once I remember how I'm fucking doing this shit. You have an ocarina? Fuck, that's cool. I never did wind instruments when I was younger, because I have real bad asthma and lung issues, but I always did like the idea of doing one. I think, what did I learn when I was younger? I learned guitar. I learned acoustic guitar. I'm pretty sure I could pick one up now and still be able to play some music, because I can still remember some of the key positionings.
I never learned anything, so I'm a bit...
Like, I learned the fingering quite a bit, because like it takes a long time and you kind of get some of it in place. I'd probably need a bit of a refresher, but I could probably play most basic things that use like probably the first main 5 major chords. I learned the fingering. Yeah, I knew someone was going to make a comment on that. But yeah, like that's a lot of my life, is that I spent learning music stuff, but never learning proper music theory. And then just whenever I would play, people said, "Oh, this is really nice. I like that." And it's like, well, I can't replicate that because I had no idea what I did.
Yeah.
I can get rough ideas what certain things follow on and figure out that, but again, like, that's just my pattern recognition systems in my brain working really well. I can't tell you why something follows up well from another thing.
Yep.
That's what I'm trying to learn. Time source, T cooldown, T trigger.
So the damage numbers are working, but they all disappear at this
Play the song from Ocarina of Time. That's pretty cool. Like, again, that's the thing. I'd love to learn to do more things like that, but it's just there's also a point in time where like it's difficult, right? Because like you don't want to spread your skills too fucking wide, because then at some point in time you're just not using the skills, and in a sense they're kind of just being wasteful.
That's very true.
Okay, now I need to do so. B fireball, yes, so this needs to be moved below this. Repeat. According to how I've done this in the past. And then I need to change state. Attack downtime. Hello, cat. Oh, Jesus Christ, buddy!
What's that?
I don't even know how to explain what just fucking happened. She just tried to jump down and miserably failed.
Oh dear.
I don't even know if the camera caught it. It may have been on the edge of it.
Oh dear. Well, I hope she's okay.
She's fine.
Looks okay. Her tail's still flipping around.
Yeah.
What am I looking at? I've got that. I should, So, with the icons for stuff, for your equipment and stuff, I'm moving
Yeah.
on to the next thing. I'm bored of whatever I was deciding to do before. I fixed a bug. Well, not even a
Yeah.
bug. I fixed one thing, and then I sorted that floating damage numbers and stuff all disappear at the same time and turn up at the same time at the moment.
Okay.
Out at some point. I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out.
I mean, I can probably have a crack at it as well, if you want, because I'm sure I'll figure something out.
Yeah. And I'm just looking at your weapons equipped and items equipped and going. They all have icons, right?
I don't believe they've got... I think they've got the space for an icon, but I don't think they've actually got icons. Like, if I go...
Quick look and weapons equipped.
Yeah, no,
And
so
they all
inside the structs, they've got a spot for icon, but it should almost all be 0.
Yeah, so if they have one, I'll have it, so I'm just looking at that to actually implement the icon.
Yeah. I mean, for now, feel free to just like, if you want to do testing, don't bother querying if it's got a 0 for that. Just slap the feather into all of them.
Yeah, oh. Really?
Yeah, because that's the only icon that is actually an icon correctly in the game. Because the umbrella is the wrong ratio. I think 64 by 64 is probably what I want to end up with.
Yep.
Because it gives enough room for quality. There's an argument to be made that 16 by 16 is probably better. But I'll do 64 by 64 for now, because that's easily enough rescalable later on if I want to go with 16 by 16. And it's also down to if Sin does want to keep going with that and see what he wants. Because I'll leave it up to him, his discretion, of if it should be 64 by 64 or 16 by 16 or 32 by 32 or whatever he wants, preferably. As long as it's consistent. That's the one thing I want from it.
Nope, I cannot do that. That is actually frustrating. I'm gonna have to go through every single one individually, not go find and replace.
Shouldn't you be able to do find and replace icon equals 0 and then just have icon equals SP?
Uh-huh, that's what I was thinking, but it's not working.
Ah, that's annoying.
In fact, like, you need... I see. Well, I can't type at the moment. So it does icon space, and I can no longer search to find next.
Hmm.
Oh well. This is the life.
Okay, so I'm looking for T triggered fireball. Okay, and then T No, so I need to turn it to cooldown. Okay. And then in the create, cooldown looks like that. Which is what I have here. Yeah, cool. So I can just get rid of these triggers then. So the trigger's no longer... Well, that trigger shouldn't be used.
Picking on. Oh, balls. It's having a hissy fit, that's part of the reason.
Oh no.
Or is it the fact that it's the only one with a... No? Hey? That is... dumb. Retry this control here. Yeah.
Oh, don't look at me like that, Torty. Just give me a fucking stink eye at the moment. It's like, yeah, you're the one that fell on the tower, you dumb bitch.
Okay, it works now. I was having dumb issues. That's pretty much what it was.
Oh, okay. As per typical with Game Maker sometimes.
Yes. Yes, sometimes it does not work.
Okay.
I can't. Code.
Hmm. Hmm.
All of this stuff now. Ah, this is how it does things.
Okay. Do you want out? Do you want Tori? Oh. Oh. Okay. This should work. Like the fucking the confidence in that expression. This should work. Okay. I mean, there's only one way to find out, right? So we go here, we go to activation and spawn, and I say Dullahan goes back to having 200 kills that it requires. And this can require 0 again. Let's see it crash. Who's got bets on it crashing immediately? Upon not entering the game, but entering the like actual game environment.
Sure.
Which will be when the dragon spawns.
Once it gets it. 3, 2, 1.
It seems he's pretty chill at the moment.
That is a very chill dragon.
So that's not working. I mean, to be fair, his state system's probably not fully rigged up.
No.
I probably missed a couple.
Looking at your current damage instance number, it looks like they disappear all about the same time anyway.
I mean, they take a certain amount of duration.
Yeah, 60 frames.
Yeah. So like it's just pure and simply. The only fear I have is if under a specific situation where like one comes up a little bit after, I don't want it to be purged obviously immediately, so it just flickers and goes. Because there are some weapons that would deal damage after, like, I mean, DOT. Use Juniper's weapon as a good example. There's a lot of damage instances and tickings with it. So I wouldn't want all of that to get purged.
Shouldn't get purged. Unless it's gone. But unless it's gone, it shouldn't get purged.
Yeah. Okay. So now I need to set up better state systems because currently it's not switching correctly. Which is fine. So trigger slam. So this wasn't going at all. Fireball also didn't seem to be going. Wish you the best luck on your journey. Thank you very much, Experimental Builds. Here's hoping that this here's hoping that we can get this like cleaned up alpha release done for next week. I think it's very possible. Because I'll work on one assignment thing that I need to clean up for that I talked about with you, Max, yesterday.
Yep.
I have that till Tuesday, which honestly it should just be like testing to see why there was an error. And from there, developing it. I'm confused of why it was causing a thing for that. Maybe it's... Yeah, I'll test around with it. I have a feeling I might know one of the issues, and it might be an issue with me not making it clear in the readme.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that. One of these.
But yeah, no, if I can get that done, then that... I mean, like, I just need it to be a C, and I'm happy. Because if it's a C, it basically... If it launches, then I pass that course. That's all I need to do. Because I had like a fucking A+ for everything else. Which means that I'm not going to get an A+. It's impossible for me to get anything higher than a C-.
Yep.
Which is sucky. That's why I'm a little upset by that. Because it would have been an A+ otherwise.
Yep. Icon.
Attacking fireball. Is that what I'm actually transitioning to? Attacking fireball, yeah. So I need to change this to... not charge attack, but... attack. That should fix that. Though I don't think that's going to fix all my problems. Well, he seems to fire fireballs now. Or he did once. See if he does it again.
Take a hit.
Or I clearly didn't do the cleanup code for it. Which actually sounds about right. No, it was one of the ones I did proper cleanup for.
Yes. Instant crash. Oh, because I haven't sort of frightening. Raven is frightening. I'm just more frightening.
Ah, that would probably... a contributing factor. Okay, and then when do I trigger that?
Oh. That is trippy, but you know.
Yeah, T cooldown attack here and the step event. Yep, okay.
Oh no, something I've done.
Oh god, I don't know if I want to look over all you've done. I'll look in a second once I check
I've already
this.
closed the application.
Oh,
But, I'll bring it back up for you.
where are you? There. Okay.
You know how the default is Iron Mouse at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see what is happening?
Let's see. God, your quality is fucking horrendous.
It's probably horrendous.
Okay, I think I'm on live. I can see the game's started. Yeah. Oh my god, what have you done? First of all, the animation speed. Second of all, what the fuck's going on with those goddamn icons?
At least they're there.
It's so funny. Oh.
I don't even know why it's interacting with and the mic like that though.
That's very interesting. Yeah. Huh.
It shouldn't technically be interfacing with that at all.
You got all except one C+. That's good. I mean, no, so the assignment that I'm complaining about, I got a fail in every category because it's a crash, which means you automatically fail the assignment. But I got an A in implementation, which means that, like, no matter what, I can only get an C- as the grade from resubmission. For the other assignments and stuff like that, I've got varying between C-, C, and I think I got like A for one of the courses. It's still not great, but I mean, like, yes, it's a passing thing, but I'd like better than just passing. Okay, cool. Fireballs are working. They look scuffed as fuck though. I wouldn't mind him standing still for a little bit, but I can sort that out easily. But yeah, no, it's this semester was just not a good semester for me. That's why I don't want to have to do any repeats, because if I don't have to do any repeats, then I can leave this semester in the past, and the next semester should be a little bit more easy breezy moving forward. Which will be good. Because yeah, like further ones are starting to get into more essay writing as well, which excites me because I did really well with essay writing by the end of my previous degree. And it's because like one of the assignments I've been spoiled for should be next semester. Is we need to make a game that deals with like talking about a social thing, kind of like pointing at like humanity screw-ups, or as an example. kind of pushing an agenda, I guess is the best way of putting it. There's no nice way of putting it. But pushing an agenda, and then we needed to write essays around it. And like the purposefulness, how useful that is, what it can do, what it can't do, stuff like that. And I'm like, you have any idea how much I could, like, once the game's smashed out, I could get like that essay written in less than a week and have it really high quality. That's not like overestimation of my skill. Like, I literally had COVID, could barely breathe, and I still got like a fucking A- for a 300 level essay. That was like a real high intensity one. So if I can barely breathe and still produce A- essay content, I think I've got a good shot at like what would be equivalent to 200 level. Okay, this should... So now I need to do the slam stuff. So attacking, slam, charge attack. The charge attack for it is it goes upwards. So it's not doing this at all. What if I switch these around?
This is not equal -1. Are you okay?
I was not expecting that.
You never expect the Spanish Inquisition, right?
Oh, that's funny. Oh god, are we talking about communism now? I mean, I've said before, like, communism itself and the versions that have been attempted in the past are all faulted because they rely on not humans interacting with a human system. Because it literally cannot function when humans are in charge of it.
Wait, what's this?
Communism. Like, all forms of communism cannot work with humans in charge of it. The theory is amazing. I love the idea of it, right? It's cool. But, like, it won't work.
No, it won't, but I was talking about the Spanish Inquisition.
Oh. That as well, yes.
Because you never expect it.
That's true.
But you do.
It's the Spanish Inquisition! I still think my favorite version of that is the Monty Python Spanish Inquisition that they did.
Yes, it's the...
I think that's literally what everyone thinks of when they think of the joke.
It is. I think from what I hear, it's that all of their stage shows, the Spanish Inquisition would turn up.
Yeah, it was something like they would literally just turn up and it's like, this makes no fucking sense. That's the point.
Exactly. It's like, well, you're in the middle of a skit that the Spanish Inquisition decide to turn up. You never expect the Spanish Inquisition. Well, no, you can't.
Yeah, that's the point. Nobody expects us.
Why? Huh? Oh my gosh. Frustrating.
Okay, and then so these would not be. No, I need the attack slam. I think no, I need it cooldown, right? God. All right, so I need.
Yes, because it's a 64 by 64 sprite.
It'd be this way around. Was down. Slam.
Whoa, they're huge. Now I need to take into account that instead of that. Adding, I'm no longer doing string height. Why am I adding height? It's width. Duh. Man, sometimes you just... brain just don't work. I will do this.
Boy, do I know that feeling.
Icon.sprite width and change width to height. And voila, there's still dev text, but there is now icons. And they take up.
Oh god. Let's have a
taking
catch
lot
this
of
up.
space. I think 64 by 64 might be too big.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the difficulty is it will need to be scaled to relative.
Oh, probably.
I mean, to be fair, I also think what I'd probably want to do is if we look at how they've been done in the past, a lot of the time you kind of want to have it as a row across.
Yeah.
And then like have it as two things deep, because in that way you have the items underneath the weapons. I'd assume, roughly
Literally
speaking,
exactly what I was thinking.
yeah. Like at that point in time, all I would want to display is the level and not the name.
Yeah.
Because if you have the icon and the level, then and have the level probably overlap on the bottom right corner.
Oh, yeah.
So it means that you're not wasting a lot of space for it.
Yep. That one. Yeah.
That's just what I was thinking would be a way to do it. And then like, yeah, it means that you no longer have the name there, you have the icon to tell you which one it is. Well, once we obviously have differentiating icons.
Yep.
And that'll be good.
Yep.
Hello, Dragon. Thank you for doing half of my HP. Oh, he is just jumping on my fucking head. Yep, he just kills me. The cooldown doesn't seem to be working.
He's just going for it.
Yeah. I don't think
Where
I've got a
is it?
cooldown check. Defaults. Oh, no, I don't set it to true. That's what I think I've done. Or I failed to do. Because where do I set it to true? I've got to set it to true somewhere. Yeah, it's cooldown true there. So, and draw. And then if I come in here. Oh, is that what I've done wrong? Yeah, okay.
Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry
Okay, so this should function correctly now.
for a minute, baby, you should pack your bag. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round.
To the void you go, time to witness unspeakable horrors. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, don't worry, this is unspeakable fucking horrors that I've got here. It's my programming. Oh, hello, dragon. Bye, dragon. Hello, dragon. Bye, dragon. Hello, dragon. Ow. I'm dead. Okay, the cooldown still doesn't seem to be working. It's because I'm setting it to no, it should be... Yeah, it should be true. This is getting set to.
How many weapons equipped is it supposed to hold again?
6.
6. Oh, yeah, that's
Maximum of 6.
Right. No, I got it. I sorted it. All good. I was just making sure because there was 5 empties, and I'm like,
Yeah,
hang on,
yeah.
they're supposed to be less than that. But no, there's 6.
Cool. Dragon's basically working.
Oh, man.
There's obviously some cleanup, and then there's giving the danger circles and stuff like that, but otherwise, it's them.
Huzzah. That's always good.
So there's a couple of things I'll want to tweak about it at some point, but again, not essential. Oh, bloody hell. Do a bit of a stretch. Oh. So that's everything I wanted to really get done today. I mean, there's a lot more cleanup I can do inside of the Dragon controller. But that's like, I did that cleanup last time with the other one, and that took quite a long time. But I did it after the functionality was working, and that's again like what I'll just do here, is it'll just be like cleaning it up post functionality. Should be good. Okay. But yeah, no, like I think at this point, I'm actually pretty content with the state of everything that I've been working on. So I just need to target down that invulnerability bug and do some cleanup for a couple of other little bits. And I'm happy. Which is good.
That sounds nice to you.
Yeah, and then it's just asset work after that, which, yay, asset work. Man, I'm gonna be honest, right? Like I talked about this before, but like every time I look at the asset work for this game, I get like even more double down on the fact that like if I work on a game again, I'm going to outsource so much more.
Yep.
Like I talked briefly about the next game I want to do with you and how like the other game that I plan on doing. And how I'm just like, I straight up acknowledge I'm not doing the art for that. Like I'm gonna do all the work from behind the scenes, I'll get everything running, but like I am not doing the like art for it at all. I will put the art in, I will get it working within the space, but I'm not doing it myself. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's doing your own art is painful.
Like it can be rewarding, but I'm just not skilled enough and I don't have the time. With how much that I do for programming and how like in depth I get with some of the systems, it's not feasible.
No, it's not.
All right, let me push this thing because this is
There we go. Haha, I sorted it. It is now a row of icons.
hell yeah.
with some placeholder do not exist things that should probably be empty, not filled with green.
I believe I had a background. I don't know if it's in the game though.
Oh yeah, I'll have a gander because it can probably just have the background and
Yeah, because that was the intention, was to use the background on all of them and then have like the background just be there for the empty ones. If you give me a hot second, I'll see if I can find it, because I don't know where. I don't think it's in here currently. No, it is there. SP slot.
SP slot. Which word? Like this.
What is SP slot size? That's the thing. I think it's 64 by 64. Yeah. It was that like one gray thing that I made like ages ago. That I kept talking about how I was super happy because it looked really clean.
Yes. Yep, I do remember it now.
Because like people wouldn't even understand how like it's because the shading in it. I'm so proud of the shading. Because I just kind of did that and it was like, it worked. Oh yeah.
Yeah. There it is, SP slot. And then grab this stuff. Because slot always be there. Wait. Slot. I should be able to. Should just work. Bam. Now to change the order slightly so that it actually shows up if you have something.
You know me, the fighting freak Knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gonna let it get to me. I'm just gonna creep down
actually line up pretty well too.
They do.
I'm wondering if they'll probably want to be a little bit smaller than that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's easy enough, right? Because like it would just be tweaking the image scale thing.
Yep. That's exactly it.
Would you be able to make a variable that like ties it all together effectively, that it basically all values would get affected by that? So it'd be fast to change it, because the reasoning I have behind that is potentially I might add like UI scaling as well as an option later.
Sorry. What is wrong?
So yeah.
So
Kind of like a variable that just affects all of them, and it's probably just like base 1 and then times all of them by it, sort of thing.
so pretty much have a UI scaling somewhere in here.
Yeah.
Or have so that every single value can be scaled by that if need be.
Yeah, so it all works effectively and quickly, so there's no like weirdness when scaling, because it's good for testing, and then it will be also good for again, like scaling the menu if I want to later with an option, which I kind of would, because that is a nice thing to be able to give players.
It is. Well, there's a whole bunch of... There's a buttload of options. Oh dear, I went over the top in some places. Just scrolling through it going, oh dear. Display. What's this? This is the menu. That's not even displaying. That's the current menu. And then this is to do with menu something or other. What would you call them? It's not there, it's a menu. Oh dear. Come on, I know it can work. Brain's just not working.
Yeah, no, I understand
I
that.
ended up staying up way too late.
Oh god, yeah.
Figuring out how floating text, getting floating text working, because you know once you're on a buzz you can't stop, especially when there's nobody to stop you.
Yeah, no, I understand that well.
And yeah, I ended up very shattered this morning. I woken up by my alarm, or the cat before my alarm, so
Yeah.
frustrating.
To be fair, I also fucked up. I woke up like 7 minutes before my alarm, which I normally wake up like an hour before it, so I understand, yeah.
So that's what happened there. My cat woke me up, and then I got up, fed the cat, and then what did I do? Grabbed stuff so I could fall asleep on the couch, and then put your stream on and fell asleep and woke back up at like I think I had a good half-hour nap. I woke up and just went like well, my alarm went off, and I just annoyed my boss and told him that I'm sick today.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Well, okay. But yeah, that was my morning, and then I got up, walked the dog, and then rocked in and sorted breakfast, and then annoyed you.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna have a break around 10 o'clock and then come back later.
Yeah, I'm
Basically,
thinking I'm probably
yeah.
gonna, cause like, what, fucking 4.5 hour stream so far. Let's go.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna keep on streaming. Not that I doubt that anybody on here is gonna flop over to me, but I don't really care. I'm just doing it for myself or
Yeah.
anything.
I mean, hey, that's what I did in the beginning, and I eventually got people interested.
Yeah. The only difficulty is most of the time I'm not actually gonna be speaking.
Yeah.
because of making sure that I'm quiet enough, because my setup is in a
Very public
in a
place of the
social
house. Yeah.
place. So any noise that I make needs to be just enough.
One
Yeah,
day
I'll
you
make
will get a
it
place and you can actually have an office. I swear to God.
I could 100% set up an office space, but then that makes me 100% antisocial while I'm doing all of my stuff.
True. I guess
And then
maybe
I'll-
that's the advantage I have. I'm a little bit more capable of being social in that situation. Like, I'll take a bit more regular breaks, go out and sit down in the lounge space.
Yep.
I'm a little bit better at pacing, but I've put a lot of work into even trying to get to that point. Rest of the time, yeah, no, I'm no different. Like, I just straight up, and don't talk to someone for 7 years, sure.
Yeah. I do that sometimes too. I haven't talked to a lot of people in a long time.
Yeah.
Some of them I never want to talk to again, and other people are like, hang on, I am one of their best friends. Why haven't I?
I feel like that's the definition between us sometimes. It's like literally haven't talked in like a year. Hey, by the way, how you doing? Oh yeah, very good. We're still like best of mates. So good.
I think that's the beauty of true friendship.
Yeah, don't give a shit. Get to just chill out, hang out with a mate. It's fine.
Yeah. And what happens happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just message them, and sometimes you give them a call, or turn up on their front doorstep and go, "We're hanging out. Screw you. You
Fuck yeah.
Whatever your plans are, they are now mine."
Exactly. Hey, I've said before, as long as I'm not doing like uni or work, I do not care.
I know. I've still
That's why
turned up and-
I'm wondering if Sin will turn up today or not, because I know he said he
Yeah, that'd be
might.
nice. That'd be good for him and you, not just a one-sided kind of thing.
Yeah, no, it'd be cool to hang out, watch some stuff. I'm not gonna lie, like once stream's over, I'm gonna have a shower, and then like probably just fucking finish goddamn Rent a Girlfriend. I hate that series so much, but I actually like the new season. The new season actually is good, and I hate that I'm saying that.
Yep.
It's like I want to stress the new season is actually really, really good quality content, but it does not justify the first two seasons.
Yeah.
That's my argument towards it. It's the same with what I think I've said this about with Twilight before. Is like I actually really liked the big twist of it was all in her head, giving a fucking illusionary vision of the future of this is what will happen if this fight continues, and like that puts the guy off. And I'm like, I actually liked that. That could have been leaned into a lot better. But that doesn't justify the rest of the Twilight franchise.
No.
And that's immediately where like that's what I stand by with those sorts of things. Like, yeah, no, Rent a Girlfriend. Is it worth the watch? I mean, if you're willing to put up with aggravation and just genuinely hating on characters for a long time, sure, it's probably worth it. But like, if you're not got that kind of, if you're sort of not sure you want to watch it, probably don't watch it.
Yeah. I think I didn't watch much of it, I know that much.
Yeah.
And I decided to stop watching it because I think I don't even remember what I was feeling. I think I just stopped because it was getting too much.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? I think I'm lucky that I managed to put my brain in a specific way, and I think that's how I managed to get through watching it. Because I saw the series as not a harem series, but as these two, the main two are going to end up together. Let's see all the trials and tribulations they have to get through to get to that point.
Yep.
Kind of like Golden Time and stuff like that. And it's just, I liked that. Toradora, right? Like one of the earlier anime that I watched and really came to love was Toradora, and that is what that series was. It was basically two characters that liked other people coming together and actually eventually liking each other.
Oh, it's a lovely series.
Yeah. And I'm not saying Rent-A-Girlfriend's the same quality. I will definitely say visually speaking it's definitely higher, but that's because, like, surprise, surprise, you have 10 years on the other one.
Yes.
Like, you're 10 years newer than the other one. Yeah, you're gonna probably look a bit prettier. But I will admit Rent-A-Girlfriend, as much as the concept's, like, completely bonkers, it's probably a bit more grounded and realistic in some regards. And that's probably why the characters feel so aggravating and so hard to watch, is because, like, every single character in it, I have met someone that's basically that. Now,
yeah.
I think the one character I say against that is actually the main dude. And that's because, like, that dude's in his, like, early to mid 20s. And he is, like, the most horn dog of horn dogs to have ever horn dogged. And genuinely, I know no one that age that is quite that bad that doesn't do it for joking.
Yeah.
Like, he's genuinely just that down bad, and, like, the only ones that I have met that are that down bad, they're not good people. They're not, like, the fact that he's actually a good person or a good Samaritan underneath, then you've got him being that horn dog. Like, that shit don't meld. You're not chivalrous while also being, like, horny as fuck.
No.
That shit don't work.
Right, here we go. Crash. Huzzah.
Hell yeah. But that's why I like the new season, because the new season's, like, his big redemption arc of him actually being, like, not a complete scumbag, but definitely still being quite scumbaggy, but it's a lot of, like, legacy scumbag, if that makes sense.
That makes sense, yes.
It's the scumbaggery that we got for the first two seasons still around, but it's now him kind of dealing with, like, moving forward and being better and, like, trying to actually be a better person.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's actually nice to... Sorry, not exactly. That actually sounds like a good story.
Yeah, like, I genuinely, I feel what I would want for that series, if I was to, like, watch this as someone else, is someone make a big TLDR of the first two seasons and then watch the third season. That's genuinely what I'd recommend. But I don't know if you'd still get the same emotional attachment to these characters even through a TLDR that's, like, fucking an hour long.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of, again, the purpose of the first two seasons is to get attached to these characters, but, like, I'll be honest, I do not think getting attached to them is worth it. But hey, I'm also the wrong person to ask, because I remember watching the fucking Clannad Eliasville Fate series, not really enjoying it, and then, like, they did a movie for it, and I was like, I rank all of these way higher because of this movie, because it justifies a lot of the bullshit that happened in the previous seasons.
Yeah, I do remember you being that person.
So I am definitely not the right person to get your reviews from sometimes. Hey, I mentioned this with Sin, like, I am willing to scrape the bottom of the fucking barrel for content sometimes to watch, just because, like, I want to see why it's down there.
Yeah, no, I understand.
And I would not recommend that to the general populace. Do not do that, please. For the love of God, have more self-respect than I do. I just clearly hate myself. That's the truth.
That is very much the truth of it, and if anybody were to say anything else, sometimes you do love yourself.
Yeah, sometimes. Most of the time, it's just like, I'm gonna watch this because I want to see why it's bad. I mean, that's why I fucking binged Twilight. Like, I didn't want to watch it, but I'm like, I'm not wanting to dog on a series that I don't actually know the personal... Like, I want to dog on it for the reasons that I understand it. I don't want to dog on it for the sake of like, oh, ha ha ha, it's funny to... It's shit. It's like, no, that doesn't make sense, because it's... What if it's, like, got good elements to it? And it did. It did have good elements. It's mostly bad, though, and it's definitely not worth watching. But now I can actually say that with utmost certainty because I've experienced it myself.
Yep.
So yeah, in short, don't dog on a series truly until you've actually watched it. If you have someone you trust their opinion on it, and they go, hey, probably not worth the watch, then share that, but say, like, not you thinking that it's, hey, someone I know said not to watch it, so I'm not all that interested, and it's someone I do trust for that stuff, so... And it's like, yeah, no, then at that point, fair. But like, I've known so many people that won't give series a shot because like they watched like a little bit of it and were like, I'm not in the mood for it today, and then I'll never watch it.
Yeah.
And it's that shit pisses me off something fierce.
Yep.
It's like, oh, I don't like it, and it's like, well, you literally watched 10 minutes of the first episode. Like, I'm using Arcane as a reference here, right? Arcane, I had someone I knew that didn't even watch the full first episode, started being on their phone, and didn't watch the next 2 episodes at all, and said, oh, I didn't like it because it was bad, because I didn't like what they did with the characters. It's like, you didn't even see what they did with the characters. Don't even fucking start that shit. The point of that series was it did a really good job with its inter-character stuff. The characters are pretty generic, sure, but like it's really good at the development side of it.
Oh, it was.
And it got really good by the end of it. Like, don't get me wrong, I think everyone can agree that one of the worst parts of the Arcane series was the first 3 episodes, when it was the prequel stuff.
Yeah, it was. It was the sloggiest parts, definitely.
Yeah, like it was just... It wasn't as cool as some of the later stuff, and like that's fine, that's how that shit goes. Then you had like the middle bit, which was like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and then you had the final arc, which was like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. And that's why, like, again, don't like, it's fair to not want to watch a series, but also acknowledge why you don't want to watch it, because the person I'm referring to genuinely just was like, oh, I didn't watch it because I like this, and this. It's like, that's not actually it, because simply put, you've watched shows with worse quality that done the same thing and absolutely loved them. There's no way there's not at least some transitive enjoyment. No, it's purely because you just didn't feel in the mood that one day, and then you've now carried over that mood influencing how you want to watch it.
Yep.
Acknowledge that and I'll leave you alone. Don't acknowledge that and yeah, I'm gonna tell you you're a fucking dumbass.
Yep. Right. I can now... I've got it all working.
Nice.
It is all working, and it's fantastic. And it's even funnier when I'm seeing your face that's like really behind... It's either behind or in front of what you're saying.
It'll be behind. It'll be a good bit behind.
It's funny. Oh, that looks like Terraria music.
It is. It's the overworld music. That's why I'm bopping along to it a little bit. It's nice.
I enjoyed parts of Terraria, like going on to this thing of people who shit on something that they haven't played.
Yeah.
Right? I've played Terraria. I see where people go, but it's not for me.
Again, that's fair, right? Like, it has great music. Yeah, no, Terraria has great music. They did an amazing job with the soundtrack. I do think, in my experience with Terraria, I've gotten nearly to the end. I think I've gotten to, like, be able to fight the final boss before of the base game. And, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, the best fun I've actually had, and the only reason I got that far was because I was playing with friends.
Yeah, that's kind of probably why I didn't get too much into it.
Yeah, I think it's basically it's got a weaker grip than Minecraft does for that.
It's a different sort of grip, is what I've come to understand. It's not aiming for the same pleasure spots as Minecraft.
It's because I guess the mechanics are much more simplified because it is side scrolling. So they can do more complexity with other things, and I'll be honest, like the gameplay loop itself is pretty still at moments, and that's what probably gets is why I don't enjoy it as much. But again, like Minecraft, I normally play it with mods as well, so there's an argument there that like I haven't really played Terraria with mods, so I guess I'm also doing it a disservice by that argument.
I don't really shit on any show, or badmouth any shows anymore that I used to, that I haven't seen.
Yeah.
And on top of that, looking at what's it called? Games. I never played a Call of Duty, but it seems like it's the most casual gamer's choice ever. And a whole bunch of people
it's
play
got
it.
some insane player numbers.
Now that I've played it, I understand why people play it. I don't play it because of those exact reasons.
Yeah.
I'll play with a couple of mates, sitting on the couch.
Yeah.
But as soon as it comes to the online stuff, and I've played the online stuff,
yeah,
it's kind of boring.
Just not a great environment as well.
No, it's not. And I can say that about League too, because I've played League.
Yes,
And when you're going solo by yourself, not with your mates, even with your mates, you get fucking hammered for doing something wrong.
Yeah. It's because of the way the team game is, and it's really, really hard to play in that sort of environment with it overall.
It is.
And that's why, like, I love the game to death, but I also hate League at the same time for that reasoning.
Yeah.
That's why I have not played, like, on Summoner's Rift for literally, I think, since the last time Earth was out, is the short answer. And before that, it was the same argument. Like, I hadn't played it since the previous event that was interesting to me. I do not play on Summoner's Rift. I play ARAM because it's silly and fun, and I play TFT.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's TFT's fun. I haven't played it in so long because I can't sit at my computer and play it.
Yeah.
And because I'd much rather be coding or playing another game that I'm on the way to completing. Like, I've got Warframe to catch up on. That's what I'm doing at the moment, and I've got God of War Ragnarok to play through. So it's like.
Well, it's because the benefit is that the mobile for TFT has gotten a lot better. It's still not great, but it is a lot better. So, like, couch gaming's not too bad for it now.
Yeah.
I will admit, when I play TFT, I'm almost undoubtedly watching something.
Yeah, it's a casual game. It's not something you sit there and.
It's a game designed to have two monitors. I really do believe that. And it's really, really fun to play like that. Because, like, don't get me wrong, it requires a good bit of brain power for me, especially, because I do play it pretty seriously. To the aggravation of my friends.
Yup.
I do always feel bad for, like, it's because I play with Sin, right? And if I've died, I will watch him. And then, like, it gets to certain points where, like, I just feel like I'm starting to basically play for him.
Yeah.
And I feel really incredibly bad because I'm just like, I know he's asked for some of this advice, but sometimes he doesn't. And I go like, hey, you should probably do that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I really need to just learn to shut the fuck up.
I understand.
All right. I don't think there's anything I've changed since the last time I pushed. Other than deleting that one thing, that's fine. I'll leave that alone. I think I'm gonna call it here because Dear God, I do want to go have a shower before it's mid-day and I go have some food because I haven't actually eaten anything today. I just realized that. No wonder I'm starting to get a bit peckish.
Yep.
So I'm going to do my quick spiel. But I'll flick me a message when you are back to working, and I'll probably hop on if I'm not like drowned in cats watching anime.
Yeah, sweet as. I'll have a gander at Flutter after midday.
Yeah. Cool. Because
See how that works.
yeah, like it's completely down to what you feel comfortable with for doing that project. All right, I'm gonna hop off call here, and then I'll do my spiel of ending my stream, and I'll catch you later then, Max.
See you.
See you. All right. So that was a fun day. Honestly, I'm real glad I got to hang out with Max as well. It's always good. So, with that being the case then, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, consider leaving a like or a comment on the video. It'd be very much appreciated. It helps the video out more than you might know. Also, consider subscribing to the channel. Yeah, that thing. Subscribing to the channel, hitting the notification bell to find out when I go live, as well as follow me over on Twitter/X, where I do post when I'm going live, as well as some of my thoughts, feelings, and general what's going on stuff. I'm posting a fair bit more there at the moment. Also, the camera would defocus. Why not? Because I've got a bit more time on my hands. I'm gonna try and get into a better habit of posting there and posting like engaging-ish content. It's also a really good place to actually get a hold of me and get my ideas and thoughts. Aside from that, I don't think there's much else to talk about. I mean, this is Friday, gonna have a weekend. Hope everyone has a good weekend. Stay safe. So yeah, I think that's all. So once again though, thank you so much for watching. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.